time. So disasters are catastrophic events resulting from natural processes, like we just saw with Melissa, creating serious disruptions to the functioning of communities, exceeding the capacity to cope, and that's the operative word, coping and capacity. You just don't have it. With your own resources. The severity is measured by the intensity and extent of damage on infrastructure and human life, and of course, what's required is an effective incident command and systems and organized coordination between various agencies. For first responders, there's no time to be fumbling, and so you need trained people who have the skill, who can implement and not feeling their way around, or you have problems. So the help was required very quickly. I'll hasten to say we got it, and I've participated in many disasters. It's the very first time that in record time I was seeing things coming in to Jamaica, foreign teams, and us locally as well. Organized, and the operative word is trained persons. Emergency management frameworks were in place, and events like these help to make them stronger. And of course, it helps if you have better preparedness plans, because we are getting more. We will have more disasters, so you need people trained. So in that preparedness, you would include the allocation of funds, effective allocation of funds, establish appropriate evacuation methods. So these are things that I had gone through with search and rescue activities in the JDF. I actually trained in the UK in disaster management and casualty evacuations from sea, air, and land. So, it will involve things that I had appropriate training in. A very critical component is a clear communication, defined roles, and a unified command structure. There are few persons in the world who do this better than military people. You want this done, they eat and sleep this. Get a military man in the system, and they'll take care of those things. It's just routine. Quick decisions and address immediate matters and needs. The mental health impact, these are unexpected, and you're not in control. In psychiatry, if you're not in control, you're in trouble. And that's the nature of a disaster. And this can be direct or indirect. You didn't have to be there to have suffered or struggled or still struggling. You can hear about it or look at it on the television and be traumatized. We differentiate short, long term. There's a whole concept of disaster mental health. The main things you're looking at would be PTSD, anxiety, depression, and the impact can extend beyond the onset, lasting several years, which we anticipate is going to happen here, or started. For COVID-19, and we were involved in that in the Department of Psychiatry. We had a team that people called, colleagues, nurses, physicians, anxiety disorder, adjustment disorder, major depressive disorder, and then classic post-COVID psychosis, people who before were well and didn't know they lived in Montego Bay and didn't identify their houses and thought people were spying on them and so on. No previous psychiatric history. They were only COVID positive, the only thing. Post-COVID depression and, of course, PTSD. So here's Melissa, a hurricane. Response efforts initially are focused on search and rescue, and you'll see the significance of this with this case we're about to report on, debris removal and rapid infrastructure repair. That's very critical. So before we started these missions, as you would expect from a military person with military training, I did a reconnaissance, and there were places that I couldn't take my team because it was too dangerous. So you don't just take people into areas because there's need and then we all crash. So you have to be mindful of those things. The hazard is environmental, the damage is physical and obvious, but the mental health impact is not visible, but it's happening in your mind. And that's a unique feature of mental health, of psychiatry. There are some things we know. Short, long-term adverse effects on mental well-being for many trauma like that. The consequences as a result of socioeconomic condition, changes with that, social disruption, displacement, financial loss. We actually did a study, and the people who are struggling the most, we identified a couple hundred persons, are those who lost their dwelling. And of course, this is just major, hard to fix. We need tailored mental health outreach for healthcare workers after disasters, so we should not just think about disasters. I don't know that we have that exactly right, but you need something dramatic to happen to then be able to build on what you have. So major public health implications. Most individuals will recover over time, but it's easy to talk percentages. If you are in the 5% with a PTSD, that's 100% for you. So, just so you bear that in mind. If you are the one impacted, it doesn't matter that you are one of 50. Your life is really severely impacted. Large-scale catastrophic disasters such as hurricanes are associated with higher rates of prolonged psychological distress, so we expect more people to struggle and for longer times. And of course, there's a compounding effect. Only a few months before Melissa, we had another event, and we can anticipate a few more this hurricane season. And so these things are compounding in your head. So it may not be a fracture, but it's going on inside. So the consequences of disasters are therefore extensive. These are disaster-related traumatic events. The effects being immediately following up disaster may persist for extended periods, years. We anticipate for this maybe 3 to 4 years in terms of the mental health impact. So we're still just in the throes of fixing. First responders, which we were, frontline workers, may experience heightened stress due to prolonged exposure to disaster conditions, something you don't often think about. I certainly did when in the middle of all these activities, which I'll go on to tell you. I'm at SAV, and I'm working closely with the SMO. You all know him, orthopedic surgeon, Vemu. And I saw it fit to say, Vemu, it's been 2 weeks, your time now for a week. You gotta go. Because he's holding up, he's looking good, he's doing well, but he can't last. Neither can I. So there were a few of the 12 missions, that 1 or 2, that I didn't drive down because I have a capacity as well, and we all have limits. So zeroing in on the UII, UHII impact missions, where we provided medical and humanitarian aid following the Hurricane Melissa, which had landfall in southwestern Jamaica on October 28th, 2025. And just at the time, a couple of weeks, months before, Kyle Bruce is my good friend. We go back 30 odd years, close to 40. And so I'd indicated to him, any piece of the work, it's exactly what I said to him that you think we need to be doing, just let me know. Unknown to me was that Melissa was to come in a few weeks. So he reached out. He need not say anymore. We have a problem, we want to help. And that's what it begins with, the will to want to help. Along with the CEO, identify the need to have a response. With training, that's all you need. You then implement a system which you'll use all the time, and you can't do it alone, so it includes physicians, multidisciplinary teams, nurses, pharmacists, the whole range, medical students, admin person, support staff. So I had the length and breadth of the university hospital in terms of support. We were getting anything we needed. We just needed to identify a system. So all I needed to know from Carl was we need to do this. I then identify how many people, where from. We consult admin. Things like the welfare, the food on the bus, the security, you get, because I can't do all of that. So you identify the leadership and you get those things in place. Collaboration's critical. So there's no way that physicians only from the university hospital could have done all of this. So we had collaboration with the University of the West Indies, Tony Thwaites, the JDF, which fortunately I had a history with, so that was easy. But you need to reach out to these people. PAHO played a critical role, Food for the Poor, and then don't forget we're not working on our own. So you have different regions based on the system that we have in Jamaica. So you had to be in touch with the Western Regional Health Authority, people running Cornwall Regional Hospital, and relationships matter a lot in these things. So Freya and I studied at the University of the West Indies around the same years, so it was easy to call people who knew you and who you got on with, the medical officers of health and the parish managers. Having said all of this, you're not calling for agreement, you need leadership, you have to be forceful about it. So you have to be able to guide persons in terms of what it is that you think they can offer, what you need. Is yes or no? And you move on, because there's no time. People suffering. So Savlamar Hospital, and these decisions I left to Carl. So how it worked is Carl got a list of people in need and where. He told me, I then did my reconnaissance, it's a go or not, because it's unsafe, we had that. And we then determine who we need and when we're leaving. People getting bus ready, security, and so on. So we had two formats, the general hospital, and of course, in the communities, we call them pop-up clinics. The basic thing you need in a pop-up clinic. You needn't have a roof, but at least a bathroom for the team, minimum, and some running water somewhere. Came down to that. And then we had a list of the things we needed to carry, and you had stores working with you and so on. And then we also had one or two pop-up clinics in Hanover towards the end. Just sharing, and we are aware that persons could be impacted by these pictures, so not my intention to disturb you. But these are some of the pictures. These were taken on my reconnaissance. So let's look at the picture down on the right. So there's no way I would be taking a team. I mean, I felt nervous driving through. This is like within a week of the hurricane. And the bush is gone, so you're seeing the ravine. I imagine a whole team would be feeling that way and think it's dangerous. So we chose relatively safe places with clear roads. There are roads which were split in two and splitting, and so we looked for alternate routes and so on. Some more of the pictures that we found. So it was dramatic, really was. A lot of suffering. Psychiatry is fortunate. We don't need a C-arm. We don't need a CT. All we need is 2 chairs, a table, and there need not be a roof. And so we were able to start immediately, 2 benches and a thing, and we went on. Surgery is a little more complicated. So in addition to all of that, you had social isolation of these persons, altered daily routines, family-related damages, things like leptospirosis coming into the picture, drama, and it just built up day by day. Needing to hold the fort, so you couldn't leave your home because, unfortunately, our people will loot even in a hurricane, and that's just really a disaster. Rising reports of your own colleagues, friends, family being impacted and unable to leave because you have to be holding the fort. Unpredictability, misinformation, so that persons would find time to spread misinformation at a time like this really is a difficult thing to understand. But you had people like that. Colleagues getting sick, increased admissions to hospital, and you weren't in control. So the numbers are just coming in. So we then started our mission. So that was November 13th, our first mission, having done all the preparation, everybody in place, and you have the appropriate leadership. We went down November 13th. We had about 10, 11 of these missions. And of course, a very interesting thing to note. On that first mission, we saw about 50 patients and 72 staff members. Interestingly, the SMO comes up to me and says, "How are your patients?" Meaning the psychiatric patients. They were fine. So I said to him, "My patients are fine. They are worried about your staff." And so, as you see from the numbers, we saw 72 staff members, 65 for mental health issues. And we had to get people all away with acute stress disorders. And we had a number of different specialty areas going on, just to list some of them. And so here's, interestingly, so having worked at the JDF with chopper evacuations, first mission November 13th, we return at 11 p.m. from SAV to see a helicopter with a CASEVAC. I felt very comfortable that I was doing the right thing because I had great memories of that kind of time. And then the last mission was January 31st. I went to some of our nurses there, so I wanted them in here earlier. So these are not your regular nurses, the vibes is right, they're flexible and really getting things done. Get into a casualty, you have 50 patients and they're clearing up that in 3-4 hours. So that takes dedication and really application of self. Some more pictures here. So really what we spoke about in that initial period was psychological first aid. So you have clear definitions in psychiatry. You're not meeting a definition for depression in 1 day, 1 week post an event. But there is acute stress and there was great need. In fact, that first mission, we had about 50 persons, 2 buses. We came off and it was colleagues who you knew in med school or in your class, and they were just hugging you and literally bawling. So such was the need. Long-term interventions to include counseling efforts was clear from the get-go. Physicians, mental health professionals continue to play a critical role in identifying. So it's really having the awareness of at-risk persons. So that includes the people who had to be staying for a whole week, couldn't leave. You have to flag them because they may not be aware, and you have to put systems in place to assist. So just to conclude that component before we go to the spine mission specifically, this was a high-risk situation. We didn't have control. We must be aware of the risks at all times. So this is a setting where you have to be thinking for people and keep them safe and not take them into harm's way. Do all you can to stay healthy. Trauma exposure can be real or perceived. Just a reminder, you don't have to be there. Seeing it on the television is sufficient. And if you think you need help, seek help. So let's now turn to the meat of the matter today. The spine mission, again, a similar call. We're winding down. No, this was January 28th. Our last mission was January 31st. And so there were weeks where we had 2-3 missions. Again, how it works. Carl calls to say, we have a man who needs help, we have a spine team. Done. He doesn't need to say anymore, everybody busy. And by then we have a very well working system in place. I call, admin, and everything just, by then we had it perfect. Dr. Lawrence Holder and a UK exchange resident were the members of the team. He was a 28-year-old male, a motorbike rider, was involved in a motor vehicle accident in Sav. Of course, he had no helmet. And by the way, Dr. Lawrence, all of these patients you should test for cocaine and marijuana. So we have studies where we know that impairs their cognition, and it will help in developing safer driving recommendations. So this person sustained an Asia C spinal injury. This group would know that better than I do. Really simplified. Was able to move his legs, could feel, but could not walk, couldn't lift his leg up, just to keep it simple. But as a result of L3 burst fracture, that was the team. And so look at the sacrifice I'm talking about. So this is not luxury. You're leaving Kingston at 4 to reach Sav in record time, 7:30, or you have a choke point along the way with traffic if you leave later. So it takes commitment and sacrifice. It's not about comfort. So here's the CT lumbar spine showing that unstable L3 fracture with severe spinal canal narrowing. And so here's the reality that patient found himself in. It happens every day. So multi-segment spinal decompression and fusion was required. Any way you look at it, he was isolated from resources. All the choppers were busy delivering aid and doing search and rescue. The roads were not clear. So this guy, maybe a strong word, but would have languished in there waiting to be transferred to the University Hospital of the West Indies. So it was just excellent timing. We had these missions going and the will, which is the operative word, to help people and get things done. Not to mention, had he gone to the University Hospital, which is not free, surgical costs, hospital costs, hovering around millions of dollars, he just would not have been able to and would have struggled. Here's that guy. So that procedure was January 28th. That's a picture of the team right there in theater. A theater they may not have done surgery in before, but we had cooperation is key. We had everybody involved helping to make it happen, make it work. 1 week later, this guy stands up out of bed. So really, that's just miraculous. And there's the end result of the work which was done. I'm told he's now discharged from the clinic. So all of this within 6 months. Remarkable. There's a team, and again, just to point out, we had people from SAV working with us. There is young Frey. Frey's father and I were at the University of the West Indies. Relationships matter. They make a big difference, guys. So keep relationships going, be close to your colleagues, and don't make problems, because you're going to need it. Key elements of all of this I've said is leadership, sacrifice, the will to help. If you don't have the will, it's not going to happen, to want to go. Trained, experienced, and respected person. So this isn't a situation where I am instructing residents to say, you must go, you should go. I have to go and lead the team, and I'm saying, come with me. So there are colleagues who, and you're expecting that. felt badly that we're now on our 10th trip and you haven't gone yet, and Winston is going on all of them, maybe I should go. That's okay. Our interest is that you come. So you have to lead from the head. Participation, and eye on the overall picture, the ability to fit in anywhere. So I was prepared to do any work required, but you had to be observing the whole process. In the military, there are big things going on, and you have a man only watching the persons doing what they should be doing, because it can go wrong. And then attention to safety, security. Believe it or not, there were persons stopping convoys and looting. You must have heard about it. So you needed security there, armed security. You needed to be paying attention to the welfare of the team. We had consultants seeing 30 patients in 4 hours, and even opting to not have lunch. So you have to flag a person like that and take the food and say, maybe I should break now, because it can't last, So you have to be mindful of those things. Follow up, share experiences. I had a resident in particular, final year now, a consultant, finished her exams. So I deliberately exposed her from the start, the get-go of what we were doing, to the planning, to how things work, to then add to that. That was one of the trips I didn't go on. So she led the trip. Didn't know why all of this was being done, but you have to provide training at all times for everything. And we had medical students with us as well. So I then later on advised her that in addition to this, you want to now document your things that you did. In fact, we have a publication being reviewed in the journal Disaster. That's the name of the journal on the whole thing. Training, very important, because you have to think of the next generation. Hurricanes won't stop. And so we need to be mindful of that, especially at the University Hospital, which is the head of the chain in terms of specialty and skills and resources. And so we need to, whilst you're doing your regular work, this isn't regular work, but whilst you're doing that, you're thinking a little more than just your specialty area, but you're thinking service to people is what we do, and we want to help. So I know we have a long day ahead. A little further down the road, it looked like this. This is a picture of 25 years ago. Looks even nicer now, and that's Doctors Cave Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Delahaye. When I introduced you, I told you thank you for your service then in the military, but I see you've taken it to a whole different degree. So, any questions for Dr. Delahaye? If there are no questions from the audience, Dr. Delahaye, I have one question for you. Do you find that you have had to admit any of our staff, particularly in the most affected areas in my western region, for the impact of the Hurricane Melissa? I mean, burnout is a real thing, and particularly for the residents, I want them to learn the importance of pacing yourself. So can you speak to us about your experience with that, please, if any?
Okay. So a very important question, and we anticipated it, So here's a challenge. So when your time is going, it's a week since the hurricane, 2 weeks, a month, and you're getting no calls, something is wrong because somebody must be affected. So we then reached out a little more and asked the key people. Again, it helps that you're having good relationships with everyone. The people who work. We had colleagues who were writing their names and contact number on their hands because they thought they would have died. So that person can be feeling normal, So we identified slowly the people, and we're moving mysterious ways. We get a job done, and without talking about it. But you had people severely affected. And so another important thing, which we're not accustomed to doing, is having vacation rosters. So heads of departments must bear in mind that in the same way you get people working, you need to line people up for going off, even under normal circumstances, and ensure it's with some regularity, because all of us have a limit. I have one too. So I'm aware, and being aware of your limit is key. So you know when you must stop. As I said to my residents, I run the DM program in psychiatry. Don't feel ill on the morning of your duty and push on. That's when you need to organize with your colleagues who will take over from you and stop and get some rest and come back tomorrow, change up the roster. Don't wait for 10 at night or 2 in the morning when you're calling saying you can't manage because you have a high temperature and you're coughing and so on and so on. That's just the wisest thing to do if you're not well. But then that requires working with people. So guys, again, relationships important. So you need to have such a relationship with your fellow colleagues that if I call to say, can I manage, can you assist, you are going to get help because you're not a person to create problems. So it requires paving the way for collaboration and people cooperating with you. That doesn't work when you're having things like my firm, my patients. I'm aware of the challenges. It doesn't work, guys. So let's change that, and that's up to us with the will to do that. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Captain Delahaye. All right. Well, I'm now going to introduce someone who I have a lot of respect for, and when I finish introducing him, you will realize why. This, I don't even know to say this, doctor. So this man is a distinguished professional in the with expertise in both law and medicine. He holds qualifications as both an attorney at law and a medical doctor and a surgeon, blending his passions for healthcare and the legal profession. He has distinguished background, having served as general surgeon at the St. Ann's Bay Regional Hospital. Again, another person who has served our country well. He also holds the position of the campus legal officer, thereby serving our region, and he is the public orator at the University of the West Indies, Mona. He also is an esteemed lecturer, thereby contributing to succession planning and the next generation's professionals. At the Norman Manley Law School, specializing in forensic evidence, and an adjunct lecturer at the next door University of Technology. And when you think this man has self-actualized in medicine and law, hear what he's interested in: nuclear law. This is a specialized and evolving area within both legal and healthcare contexts. His wide-range experience in both the medical and legal fields uniquely positions him to explore complex issues at intersections of health, law, and ethics. Ladies and gentlemen, it sounds like a neurosurgeon. He does complex things, but he looks very simple. Please help me introduce and welcome Dr. Peter Glegg.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Thank you very much for that warm introduction. I felt a little nervous having to present after my predecessor. You know, when you walk in the shoes of a great man, it puts a lot of stress on you. But I want to talk to you just in keeping with the whole disaster scenario. Having worked in the government for many years, I've been through about 4 mass casualties. My last mass casualty was when 2 coaster buses filled with people collided head-on the wet road near to St. Ann's Bay, and patients were coming in 5 and 10 at a time. We only had 5 empty beds in the A&E, and within 10 minutes, we were actually nursing patients on the floor. So I know about the situation when it comes to mass casualties. It's real. But let's just look at this hypothetical scenario, and I'm sure this is a decision that many of us as clinicians have had to face. So after a recent hurricane at the Halfway Tree General Hospital is facing an exacerbated shortage of resources, the levels of oxygen are critically low and all access by roads are blocked. 2 patients are in dire need of neurosurgical intervention. One, a 9-year-old girl with a community-acquired pneumonia, and a 90-year-old wealthy socialite who has donated millions of dollars to the hospital over the past decades with terminal cancer. Both of them need surgery, both of them need an ICU bed and oxygen, but you can only treat one. How do you decide? Now, here's the problem with this, and you know, sadly, I have had to face decisions like this in the past. I must admit, I've had to make decisions where one lived and one died. And I don't know about you, I might need to see the psychiatrist, because trust me, those things haunt me for months. When many people don't know that when a doctor has a patient that dies, it haunts you, right? I've had cases that still haunt me to this day. How do you make the decision? Now here's the situation when you're faced with a decision like this, where you are going to decide who lives and who dies. There are a couple of issues that arise from this. The first one is there's an ethical issue, right? The second one is the issue of a psychological issue, the guilt that you face forever. But being an attorney at law, the one that bothers me is a legal issue. Because now you are at legal risk. You are at risk for a lawsuit. Okay? And that is where the problem is. So therefore, I want to delve a little bit in the concept of vicarious liability. How do I get this thing to move? Is it frozen? Let's see if we can. So vicarious liability speaks to, that way. Okay. All right. So vicarious liability speaks to the issue of legal risk that are faced by, not by the persons on the ground, but let me start with the Companies Act of Jamaica. What you find is that many people think that only an individual can be sued. What you don't realize is that organizations, institutions have what is called a legal personality. And you can sue an institution. And being the attorney at law at the university hospital for 7 years, I know what I'm talking about. But let's talk about the concept of vicarious liability. In my 5 years at law school, this was one of 2 classes that I actually got up, walked out of the class, and slammed the door behind me. Because vicarious liability says that the person who is at the head of the team, the boss on the team, faces legal liability for the actions of their juniors, of the persons on the ground. And I couldn't understand that. I've known of cases where the consultant said, but Greg, I wasn't even in Jamaica. But I'm like, yes, your name is on the roster as a person in charge, and you're legally liable. Okay, so in the medical context, and this is especially for the consultants and the hospital administrators and the charge nurses, when a member of your team does something wrong, you are the one who's liable. I've never been to court in all my years going to the Supreme Court and seeing an intern or a junior nurse sitting in front of the judge. No, it's a consultant. It's a charge nurse. And here's the problem. Even if you tell the junior, don't do this, you tell them, you write it down, you send it in a memo, you put it in a WhatsApp group, and they still go and do it. In law, we call it going on a frolic of their own. And something goes wrong, you, as the boss, is still liable. And that thing bothers me. All right? So therefore, what it does, it places a great duty on the superiors to ensure that they manage their juniors and their staff appropriately. Doc, when I used to be in surgery at St. Anne's Bay, people used to quarrel and wonder, why do I always want to do all the operations? And the juniors would say, you don't give us a chance to learn. And I said, no, it's okay. I'm doing the surgery. You can assist if you want, because I know that I'm ultimately liable. Later on, as I practiced law more, I realized that the reason for this, a lot of times in law, court makes decisions, sometimes based on justice, based on the law, but sometimes the court will make decisions based on equity. Because if you're going to sue a team, the interns have no money. The nurses just coming out of nursing school has no money. It's the consultants that have all the money, right? And it's the institution, and therefore, this is the reason why the whole concept of vicarious liability came about. And the locus classicus, or the case that speaks to this, is a case of, and it's a very old case from 1691, right? That says, for whoever employs another is answerable for him and undertakes for his care to all that makes use of him. We've had certain Supreme Court decisions as well in the Jamaican Supreme Court where we say the vicarious liabilities imposed on an employer, although he himself is free from blame for a tort which is a civil wrong committed by his employee in the course of his employment. A servant may be defined as any person employed by another to do work for him on the terms that he, the servant, is to be subject to the control and direction of his employer. Why am I going into all of this? Put yourself back in a hurricane situation. You have to make certain decisions about who will die and who will live. I remember in the COVID-19 pandemic, there were times when oxygen was running low, and you had to choose who was going to get that oxygen. Is it a person with terminal cancer and metastatic disease, or is it a brilliant 12-year-old who is just entering one of the top high schools in Jamaica, and they both need oxygen, and you can give it to one? The problem with that is where you have the legal liability, the ultimate liability will fall on the head of the team. And therefore, the stress, for that decision falls on the head of the team. It is the head of the team that should and must control that decision-making process whenever you have a crisis or a disaster. And that is why leadership is important when you face these disasters. So neurosurgeons, you need to do burr holes on 2 patients, but you can only do 1. Or you need to do a neurosurgery, but you only have 1 ICU bed. Who decides who gets that ICU bed? It cannot be the intern that makes that decision. Because if you allow the intern to make that decision, a couple of weeks or months down the line, after the disaster has passed and everybody's looking on it in retrospective vision, you will see me turn up at your door with a folder, something called a claim form, to say that you're the subject of a lawsuit. And unfortunately, with my job nowadays, people hate when I turn up at their offices. It's never, "Hi Glegg, it's so good to see you." When I turn up on the ward, "Where's Barbara?" When I turn up on the wards, the nurses are like, "Oh God, Glegg, why are you here?" But that's what you want to avoid, and that is why leadership is important in the process. But hospitals also face corporate liability as well, and therefore the hospital leadership, the medical leadership need to come together now. Not during the hurricane season, not during the earthquake that Venezuela had recently. We have to come together now to work out a system amongst neurosurgeons, among medical staff in general. We must have a system that says, in the case of an emergency, who gets what? What is the process by which you make that decision? Who gets the ICU bed? Is it someone, and I know you'll have certain criteria for who you rule out and so on, but it needs to be clear, it needs to be promulgated. Everybody needs to know what the process is. Ultimately, if that is not done, then unfortunately you're going to pay for it. All right? Let me just, since my presentation I want it to be very short. Okay, what do you do when the resources are limited? Canada has a similar jurisprudence to us in Jamaica. And in their courts, the courts have stated that an assessment of a physician's clinical care is not based on a standard of perfection, but rather on the standard of care that might be reasonably applied by a colleague in similar circumstances. In the British system, or in our system, we talk about the BOLAM test, B-O-L-A-M, and I advise all residents in training to read the case of BOLAM. Nevertheless, physicians are expected within those resource constraints to do the best that they can for patients and to act reasonable in such circumstances. Physicians should document any effort to obtain the required resources for their patients, such as referrals. Physicians should document the steps they have taken to attempt to resolve resource issues, and should inform patients when there are difficulties in accessing limited resources. In this regard, physicians have a role to play in health advocacy, and this is what I'm here to preach today to the neurosurgeons. We have to be health advocates. We have to lobby our governments or regions, right? They should be familiar with their institutions and colleges' policies and guidelines in their role in advocacy activities, and offer recommendations, of course, in certain manner. Now, it generally requires a paradigm shift. So when you have a disaster, Now, under normal circumstances, in law, we talk about you have a duty of care to your patient, right? And you're only negligent if you breach that duty of care. But when you have a disaster, that whole concept of the duty of care has to be thrown out. Because now what you want to do is to do the best that you can with the little that you have. So therefore, when you have a disaster, there is a paradigm shift. This now goes to population-based ethics. You're looking at the greater good now. It's not the good of the individual anymore, right? So you're moving now from offering the highest standard of care to each individual patient, but you want to focus on measures that will provide the greatest benefit for the community at large. The primary ethical principle in standard medical practice is autonomy, right? However, when you have a mass casualty or a disaster scenario, that principle moves. It's now about beneficence and justice. So here's the plan, guys. We need proper documentation, especially in the disaster scenario. Because remember now, the statute of limitations for a lawsuit is 6 years. So something happened in the midst of a hurricane or an earthquake or something, and 5 years, usually is 5 years, 10 months, and 29 days, you get a claim form from an attorney, oh, we're suing you, consider yourself served. Are you going to remember that? First of all, you're so stressed in the middle of this mass casualty, you're not going to remember everything. That is why documentation is so important. Doctors, of course, have to be true, and nurses should be true patient advocates, and not just document to say, well, we don't have a chest tube, so I did what I can, have a good day. No. Find something to make it work. And for those of us who worked in the field, we know that you don't have a chest tube. You use a nasogastric tube. You use an ET tube, right? You use whatever you can. And hospitals and health regions must develop emergency protocols and have regular drills. So you have general protocols, and we say, oh, in case of emergency, we call this person, that person. But what I think we need to drill down on, guys, is we need to look at the protocols of how to make a decision when you have limited resources, who to treat, who not to treat. You're going to have to decide many times who lives and who doesn't. We need those protocols so that the persons on the ground who are making the decision do not face this legal risk. And Jamaica more and more is moving to resemble the United States. We are now very litigation conscious. Everybody's suing these days, all right? So more and more, you have to protect yourself. The last thing you want is to be tied up in the Jamaican court system. Sometimes trial dates are 6 years down the line. And that's the last thing you want, the reputational risk, the financial risk, the mental risk to go away. So we need to look to protect ourselves. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Glegg. Any questions for Dr. Glegg? Well, Dr. Glegg, you know I have a question. Dr. Glegg, you mentioned it in the stress and in the mass casualty situation, disaster situation. You want to do everything for the patients. You as a physician, you are consumed with emotions. You're trying to make everything work. What do you say to administration when they come to you and you're trying to save the lives of patients and they're asking you, did you document this? Did you document that? What do you say?
Well, you know, the administration is going to ask those questions because they know that they are vicariously liable. The reality is, and for those of us who've been in it, and as I say, I've been in quite a few. In fact, the last one I was in at St. Anne's Bay, I just drove into the parking lot and I had to literally run things until my SMO turned up, because she was in church. And so her phone was on silent. And of course, one of the things you can do is have a scribe. So usually we assign a scribe. And of course, St. Anne's Bay has very strong nurses. I would walk. In fact, the last mass casualty, I walked into the emergency room and started throwing around instructions. You do that. You go and see that patient. You go do that. And there was this, senior director of nursing, Sister Carmen Johnson. I said, "Sister, you go and do that." She said, "No, you come here. You go and sort out that patient over there, and when you're finished, you come back to me." Right? So it's always good to have a scribe. And even then, what you try to do from a legal perspective is, even few minutes or hours afterwards, you can go back and document as much as you remember. But here's a problem. With that documentation, you have to enter that is a late entry, but you also put the date, the time it occurred, and you should, in the documentation, put the reason why the entry was delayed. Because when it goes before the judge, the court is going to say, hold on, this accident was at 10 a.m., your entry is at 3 p.m. Explain yourself. And therefore, you don't have to document immediately, but you should still try as best as possible to document. And you can say, this was a mass casualty. Because remember, 5 years down the line, you're seeing one docket. You're not seeing the other 60 people that were there. So you have to put the context in your documentation to say, mass casualty, 2 buses, 80 casualties, date, time, and the reason for the late entry. But as much as possible, guys, documentation is important, which I'll talk about tomorrow, because if your documentation is not there, you didn't do it. It wasn't done. And you're going to lose a case.
Thank you, Dr. Gig. Please help me express our gratitude, Dr. Gig. Right, so team, in seeing to our duties as clinicians, we have to remember there is an administrative aspect that governs us, and we must respect that. So thank you for that, Dr. Glegg. But most of us, if not all of us, who went to medicine knew nothing about administration when we were starting out. So that passion will come into play. So we need to incorporate this in the training, leadership and management in the training programs. I think so. Okay, as we move to the next talk, we are going into probably the most important aspect of neurosurgery into this talk. And it is built on the foundation where neurosurgery itself is built on, and it is the aspect of collaboration. I'd like to welcome Mr. Simon Thompson, who has worked in Leeds at United Kingdom as a consultant neurosurgeon since 2009. That's well before I became a doctor, by the way. His subspecialty interests include oncology and spine surgery. Postgraduate training has been a significant focus of his career, including chairing the UK Specialty Advisory Committee on Neurosurgery Training and writing the UK Neurosurgery Curriculum. As a beneficiary of the UK curriculum, sir, I want to personally thank you for that contribution. Mr. Thompson has also edited the Oxford Textbook of Neurosurgery, and he is the Secretary of the Society of British Neurological Surgeons, Global Neurosurgery Committee, leading on the Resident Training Fellowship program with the Caribbean and Nepal. His collaboration with the Caribbean is spearheaded by Mr. Mark Morgan, Dr. Carl Bruce, who has championed neurosurgery training in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean for many years with our colleagues such as Dr. Robert Ramcharan. And he will be delivering a talk in collaboration with Dr. Mark Morgan, whom I take great pleasure in introducing, even though you all know him. Dr. Mark Morgan is the most humble of persons. He is the surgeon who operates at all major hospitals in Jamaica. He's always on call. And he always shares his expertise selflessly. Okay? He will train you the most gentle way, and every experience with him, you will learn something new. I could go on and on and on and on. But Dr. Morgan, thank you for your service, and we look forward to your talk with Mr. Simon. Thank you.
It's always difficult following those sorts of introductions. Do I need the microphone? Can I stand over here? Can people still hear me? Yes. I'm a walker. I like to walk around. So there we go. Right, thank you for the humbling introduction. Thank you to those that have invited me to come and talk to you. I am all of those things, but mostly just, I don't like it. Just come and talk to me. I'm all really honest. You just stay in medicine long enough, and you start collecting up these sorts of badges. So, yeah, I'm going to talk to you about why we are, as a British person, why we are interested in the collaboration with the Caribbean. It is absolutely about training. Everything in my career has been around training and the collaboration across as many boundaries as possible, across specialties, across regions, across continents. And that's really what this is about. So, that's a bit about me. I think that's all been said already. I do have a couple of conflicts. It's worth knowing that I am the clinical lead for the logbook because I'm going to go on to talk about that as one of the other things that I do. So this data is, I managed to get this out of the workforce people on Thursday. This shows the number of trainees of now what we call residents, but in my time have been called anything from juniors to middle grades to registrars. You get my drift. The people that do all the sort of proper work in a department while the consultants take all the credit and the blame. I've learned something today. This is what we've done over the last 30 years or so. So the blue line, we have a registered training scheme. If you want to become a neurosurgeon in the UK, by and large, not exclusive, but by and large, you come in at the bottom, you work through the system, you come out the end. You have a training number, there's a whole structure around that, and we can control the number of the numbers. We can control how many people are within that system. Some 30 years ago, there was about 3 trainees in each department in the country. These days, it's higher than that. There's up to about 7 or 8 trainees in each department in the country with numbered trainees working in departments. About 5 or 6 years ago, we realised we had too many. We realised we were training too many people. We had people coming at the end who would not have had consultant jobs. And because it takes 8 years to train, we cut back on the number we're recruiting, but we're still producing too many. If you look at this blue line, this is where we made that decision, and the number of people with training numbers in neurosurgery in the UK has plateaued and in fact has fallen back a little bit over the last 5 or 6 years. The trouble is this. At the same time, over this 30-year period, we have had legislation after legislation after legislation that has reduced the number of hours that a doctor is allowed to do from 80 to 90, unlimited, down to 80, 56, and now 45, I think is where we are now. Inevitably, the result of that is that people have been forced off on-call rotas and onto shift patterns because you simply cannot run a department with only 45 hours a week in an individual. And the consequence of that is that we have many more people in departments in those posts, in those registrar posts. But we don't want people in those posts that are going to go on to compete for consultant jobs because we haven't got any consultant jobs. That's where Jamaica fits in. That's where we really need you. We really need you. We need people that can come to the UK who, I can teach you neurosurgery, that's not a problem. I can provide you with a salary. I can provide you with a job. I can't provide you with a consultant job. So come to the UK, please come to the UK. Please come and work with us for 2.5 years. Please come and take our exam, that's absolutely fine. Yeah? And let's build a collaborative relationship because you're helping us. This isn't something that we're doing for you, you're doing it for us. And we're very, very grateful to you for that. We have a similar relationship with Nepal, but the special power that you guys have, the superpower, the superhero superpower, is that you have the MRCS exam in the country of the UK. And if you have the MRCS exam, you can bypass an awful lot of bureaucracy. It takes about 2 years to get someone into a UK post, to get them employed or to get them registered on the GMC. if you do not have MLCS. If you have MLCS, it is a language certificate and it's a medicine certificate, and you can go straight in with the German Medical Council and you can be employed, and we want it. So that's that. And then there's another reason why we really value the relationship, and it's this. So again, this comes from the same problem, which is that we have quite a lot of people in our departments now. And as a result, we are diluting training a little bit for our trainees, well, quite a lot. And I heard this comment from one of our trainees at one of our ST1 boot camps, advising the new guys coming in. He said there's only 3 things that matter in your neurosurgical training, and they're logbook, and logbook. Our trainees are stressed about getting enough surgical exposure. And it is particularly true at the beginning of training. We're all right at treating people how to take out skull-based meningioma, get aneurysms, and do complicated spinal stuff and so on. But there just isn't a vast volume of extradurals and acute subdurals. And they tend to come in at ridiculous times of the day. And if you're on rotas, you're not necessarily there. So actually, people struggle in that first few years of training to get up to the level where they become part of the department, where they become competent in just craniotomy or laminectomy or discectomy or really simple straightforward stuff. And when they come to Jamaica, or we have a similar relationship with Nepal, in 3 months, they will suddenly get a vast amount of experience. And it means when they come back to the UK after that 3 months, they have built confidence, they've built surgical skills, they have taken a step up, and they just go. And it's really nice to see. We are very grateful to this department, and indeed all the way across the Caribbean, if you are able to support our trainees in just taking that step up at a relatively early stage of their training. I won't send them on day 1. We do teach them a few skills. They do know to stitch and that sort of thing. But it's about building confidence to actually get up to the basic emergency competence for surgery. That's what we're interested in. So we are valuing this. Why Jamaica? You have a few advantages over the rest of the world. Firstly, you have the track record. We've had some excellent people come from Jamaica to the UK. I've been doing this for 3 years. I've not had a bad training come from Jamaica as yet. I think the same is true going the other way, but I'll leave you guys to know that one. The language, obviously, you guys all speak English. It makes a big difference if English is there. It solves our workforce problems. People want to come to Jamaica. I give a talk to our boot camp once a year, and I put up a picture, I confess, of a beach with palm trees. It's not a hard sell. It's not a hard sell. It's not a hard sell. And they've done it really well, and we're absolutely very keen to carry on. Now, I'm going to talk, just a slight aside here, about how we assess our trainees. So, I've been involved in the training for years, and essentially, in the olden days, before my time, what happened is you were in a department, you got to know the trainers, they sort of got to know you, and just when a job came up, you got a tap on the shoulder, and then people moved on from that, and they said, no, we really ought to have some sort of test of ability. So they introduced an exam. And the exam was introduced in the 1990s. It was highly resisted by surgeons at the time, but it has become standard. Everybody in the UK of my age or younger has done the exam. Pretty much everyone has done the exam. We have 2 exams. You know about the MLCS, you know about the FRCS. Well established. You have to have the exam, the base exam, to get anywhere in the UK. But maybe an exam isn't enough. Exams test knowledge. More modern versions of the exam test knowledge and judgment, but that's all they test. So people say, no, hang on, we need a bit more than this. We need an experience counsel. We need something that simply says, how much have you seen? Because it's all very well being very good at the theory, very good at the judgment, very good at the decision making, but if you haven't got the experience, you ain't going to be any good. So we need experienced counsellors. And for years and years and years, we have relied on logbooks. And I'm going to talk to you very briefly about the logbook, because this is something that you guys might like to explore. We also used to look at time in training. That's less fashionable now, and we're beginning to suppress the amount of time in training. And we're replacing it with this. It's about competence, your ability to do something And this involves someone looking at you doing something and working out whether you're capable of it or not. Sounds great in theory. In practice, it's quite difficult to ensure that it's done properly. But we have a portfolio system. And our portfolio system is called the Intercollegiate Surgical Curriculum Program, or ISCP. And these are the systems. If you mention ISCP, e-logbook, or JSTONE to any British trainee, they are very, very familiar with it. This is how you get trained in the UK. You tick these 3 boxes, and then you're through. They are all provided by the Royal College of Surgeons. There are 4 Royal College of Surgeons. Depending on the rules. There's one in London, there's one in Edinburgh, there's one in Glasgow, and there's one in Dublin. Now, those of you that are good at geography will know that Dublin is the capital of Ireland. Ireland is not part of the United Kingdom, but we work extremely closely with the Irish College. So basically, everything that is provided by the 4 colleges all together. And collectively, they provide the exam, they provide the logbook, they provide ISCP, and they provide something else. JCC is the sort of regulatory sort of system. ISCP I'm going to mention very briefly. Don't listen to this, particularly unless you're coming to the UK. If you're coming to the UK as a trainee, consider joining ISCP, but it will cost you a small fortune. I'm not going to try and defend that. I don't think it should cost a penny, but it does. It has no role, if no role, really, in the UK training system. But Dwayne did suggest that I mentioned it because anyone who is coming to the UK, it is quite a good way of slotting into the UK system. This is how all of our portfolio type assessment and the annual assessments and training and so on is done. However, I would look at this. This is the e-logbook, and actually I've been struck, I've done several interviews with people over the last few years, and this is not used very widely in Jamaica, and I'm a bit surprised. I would encourage you to look at this. 2 reasons. Firstly, it's good, and secondly, it's free. I could say the other way around. I tend to talk to people, and I mention free a few times, but it's free. It's a free resource. Why wouldn't you? Sort of thing. The e-logbook is superb. It's at www.logbook.org. Yes, I am the clinical lead for it. Yes, I am conflicted a little bit here, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a good system, and I'll jam the slides. There we go. So there you go, there's your logbook. It does everything you would expect it to do. You can record your operations in it. It means that all that data that you shouldn't really be keeping, all the hospital numbers and what operations people have had and all that sort of stuff, you don't really want responsibility for. You can store in the system. You can't download it from the system. It's locked away and it's held securely. And it's there for your entire working life. It's designed as a cradle-to-grave resource. It can be, you can, as a medical student, you can set up an account, and it will be there when you retire 50 years later. So you can add operations, you can filter them, you can browse them, you can find all your operations. And the reason I really wanted to talk to you about this is because you can report your experience. And these come out in a nice, this is just how you do it. These come out in a nice standard format like this that is different for every specialty, that is designed and controlled and optimised to the British training system. These are used exclusively within the UK. Every single surgical training, not just neurosurgical training, every single surgical training in the UK has to use this system. No excuses. Everybody uses it. Which means every trainer is familiar with this format of this. Which means if you interact with anyone in the UK, they are going to expect you to produce your logbook in this format. And I'll go further than that. Because this has been available for 20 years around the world, you're in really good company. The logbook now has over, I have to read this myself because I can never remember the figures, over 120,000 users around the world. It has in it over 65 million operations. It adds 3 million operations every year. It is a global logbook that is delivered from the UK. It's free. I can't see any reason not to recommend it to everybody. Anyway, enough on that. This is my last slide. This is my conclusion, and I think Mr. Morgan was going to say a few words. Essentially, we like this training program. We are absolutely committed to this fellowship exchange thing. Please keep coming. Please keep it going. My time is pretty much done, but please keep it going. It's a really good thing for British neurosurgery, and I like to think it's a good thing for Canadian neurosurgery as well. You might like to think about Neurog, and if you're coming to the UK, have a think about HCT, but that's a bit more than your decision. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's just a brief talk. Just to give you an update on the SBNS Caribbean Exchange Fellowship. We got started in 2024 with the launch in Edinburgh at the SBNS meeting. But before that, it goes deeper in terms of collaboration. As a resident at KPH in 1996, I had a nurse who was working on my neurosurgical ward, and she migrated to the UK and eventually became the lead nurse manager at St. George's in London. And she met one of the neurosurgery residents, who is now Lieutenant Colonel David Baxter, an Army neurosurgeon, who also has some Jamaican roots. And she mentioned to him that, hey, there's a unit, a neurosurgical unit at Kingston, KPH. So David Baxter, who was a resident at the time, came to KPH to see what we were doing. And from that, the collaboration started. He became a consultant neurosurgeon, Stanmore, specializing in spinal neurosurgery. And over the years, we have been talking, and he wanted to basically have a collaboration on research and eventually on training. And that's how it started. And he made us aware of the SBNS Global Initiative for Neurosurgical Training. And we get to meet persons like Mr. Simon Thompson, Nigel Mendoza, who is now the president of the SBNS, and our local team, Dr. Bruce, myself, and so we formed a committee and established along with the SBNS, the Caribbean Exchange Fellowship Program. So far, we have 5 residents in training. We have 2 residents at St. George's in London. We have one at Queen Square, London. One is in Nottingham, and another in Southampton, Wessex Neurological Centre. And we have only had good and excellent feedback from their trainers. So far, we've had 3 fellows from the United Kingdom who have also had good feedback in terms of their experience in Jamaica, in particular their experience with trauma cases, which somehow they don't have much experience with that. All right, how we do this?
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. I'm expecting some questions from our prospective neurosurgical trainees, but first we'll go to Mr. Bruce. You have a question or comment, sir?
Yeah. Thank you very much for that, Simon. I just wanted to explore with you the possibility of expanding into fellowship training almost. I know it's kind of, you kind of dealt with general neurosurgical training, but worldwide, obviously, there's a training with neurosurgeons to specialize. And so, obviously, you're probably heard in this meeting very keen on establishing functional and epilepsy, etc., and radius surgery. Is this the same pathway, or is this just an enfolded fellowship that they should take while they're away, etc.? I don't know what your comments are. Yeah. Thanks, Chairman.
Please give a round of applause for our collaboration designers. I'm going to ask